Hello, and how is everyone today? Hope you are all doing well. Welcome to today's dev stream, where we are going to be doing some more work on Coppice, continuing some of the refactoring that we had worked on previously. Hopefully, everything's working. I managed to get the microphone working properly again. Turns out that it was sort of working yesterday. My script to actually invoke it on my Stream Deck was not actually activating the overlay before it reset the mic. I also know why the mic keeps breaking. For some reason, switching switching outputs and such in sound source seems to cause the microphone to mess up in the game. So at least that's working now, so you can see my mouth moving when I speak. So how is everyone today? Are you doing well? Are you having a nice Sunday? Have you been up to much this weekend? Let me know how you are going on. And hopefully, I do just want to test something else, because this is all still fairly new, so let me try throwing a bug at myself. Yeah, that works. That's good. I just wasn't sure because it wasn't showing the Pokebot up in chat, but maybe that's just Twitch being delayed. Anyway, let us go and get started on the work, because yesterday was very much a planning day and today is very much hopefully a doing day, and we should be able to go a bit longer than yesterday and have quite a nice long stream. So let us begin. So we head over to our development room over here and let's get settled in. I have myself a nice hot cup of tea and a glass of water for when I finish the cup of tea. And we have ourselves some Xcode. So, what we were doing, for those of you who may not have been here yesterday, we're basically going through a lot of process just to add a new data type for Canvas Link. And the reason we're going through all this process is that we have got to the point with Coppice where we need to properly version the document. So I added support for document versioning a while ago, I believe in version 2021.1, which was the second major release of Coppice, and I added versioning there where it would also prevent the need for versioning in many cases. When data is added, it doesn't need to update the document format. So for example, when I added all the stuff for image linking, I didn't need to create a new document version because I wasn't creating any new types, I was just creating new data. Whereas now we have a new type and it's got to the point where I could do with refactoring a lot of this. It also means that I could potentially move a lot of stuff into M3 data, which is good because M3 data is also being used in Streamline. So I'll have to update some stuff in Streamline with these changes, but we can do that later when we get back onto working on Streamline. But for now, we're just going to start moving this stuff over from Coppice. So, what we want to do... if I bring up our sidebar, we have our model controller collection types. Switch to using a struct for the plist keys. That I'm actually going to move down because we don't. And we are using a struct. We might as well get that in place now. And then we want Yeah, that wants to be an M3 data, and then move model reader data to M3 data. Because at the moment the reading and writing is an app level thing, but it's something that we can largely do in terms of outputting the plist or reading in the plist in the M3 data, because we can make it generic. So let's do the stuff for switching over to a struct for plist keys. Model object. So what we have here is we have a model plist key struct which is row representable. And the reason we've switched to doing this is that we're going to be having version plist, and the way we're going to do the updating is, rather than loading stuff into the data model, what we're going to have is, for example, we are currently on document version 2. So to go from version 2 to version 3, we'll load in the version 2 property list object, and then that will be able to convert and output a version 3 property list. And then that version 3 property list can be read in by the version 3 thing. So you'd basically say, if we're at version X, we want to get to version A, and we want to get to version D, you'd go version A and load up the A plist to output B, and then the B plist will output C, and the C plist can output version D. So it basically goes through each step, and that is how we could do the migration. That is easier if the plists are defined as keys, because it simplifies things a bit, because we can always just have these constant values. Rather than needing everything else. So what we want to do, we do lose a few little things, but they're things that we can work around. So model controller for test does not conform to protocol model controller. Why not? Because it needs to be a model type. Any model, right. So we changed that last time, where rather than being any, we've created ourselves a type erased model collection, because generally in a lot of cases we don't care about the actual type, we just care that it is a selectable object. So next up, is this complaining about the same? It is. Hey Kieran, welcome in. I saw the end of the stream and saw bits of your birdhouse, which is looking really good. So, how is everyone doing? We are currently straight into getting some work done. Hello, Hey Pilot. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. For those of you who may not have seen the stream before, this is sort of similar to what Kieran's building. But this is me being a robot in a spaceship, so welcome. So, there are currently only 2 rooms in the spaceship at the moment. We have the conference room where we actually get some work done, and then we have the bridge where currently not much happens. I mean, well, stuff like that happens. Where am I flying to? You know, I haven't actually thought about that. Probably should check. Yes, I have not yet implemented the navigation computer. I mean, I don't think these things through in order. I mean, we managed to get to space before I had any controls on the spaceship. So, yes, things tend to happen in weird orders. But that's just how things go. So yes, we have our wonderful control panel set up here that currently does nothing but eventually will do stuff, and we will be able to fly to places eventually. It just takes a while to do things. I mean, you have all these grand dreams and then you realise stuff like, I need to fix the movement on my character. So yes, what do we have? I mean, the latest feature are these things here, which anyone who has channel points can throw bugs at me, which currently just basically fly at me like a frisbee and then land on the floor, which we will mess around with that later. It is hard when you don't have any arms. I mean, technically I do have arms. They're just sort of inside my body, and I haven't worked out how to get them out yet. So the arms are there, but I mean, in the meantime, I can just like go like this and mash my face against panels, and that is how things work. So yeah, yes, I did get my mouth working. It turns out it was working before. It's just that my Stream Deck was not actually switching to the overlay before it did the reset mic thing. So my reset mic button was not doing anything. So yes, and I also know what is causing the mic to break, so we will be able to I know how to fix that. Thanks for the follow, Hey Pilot. It's much appreciated. And yes, what else is there to show for anyone new? Oh yes, my favourite thing. The thing that I'm most proud of so far was learning Unity shaders to do stuff like this. Ooh, nope. Helps if I select the actual overlay. This! No, I selected the overlay. There we go. I have holograms that can show me my alerts and stuff, and they will eventually be able to show all sorts of cool stuff. But yeah, it's a hologram. If I zoom in on it, you can see that it sort of rocks back and forth a bit and glitches, so it's I'm quite pleased with how that turned out. That was me messing around with shaders in Unity for the first time. Well, of course you would clip that, Kieran. I mean, I am nothing if not a showbot. I like to show things off, and everything goes perfectly, absolutely swimmingly, such as the stack of bugs. Yeah, thanks, Hey Palette. It's much appreciated. It's yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how it's turned out. It's all a lot of fairly simple things that just it looks complex when you put them all together, but it's mostly just a few textures that then move around a bit and a few just random bits of noise and so on. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how it's all going, and eventually I will get textures on the wall, but I want to get more stuff like the bugs, and then letting you all change my face and stuff like that, which we may work on later today. The next steps of the overlay would be to switch my character control over to be a rigid body, and then do something better with these bugs, and then something better with my face, because I want to do more with my eyes and mouth. And once all that's done, then we can have it where I switch face themes, or rather you switch face themes for me. Anyway, let's get back to some work. this is the one thing that I did implement, where I can press the left mouse button and it just rotates me on the spot to face the camera. So I don't have to faff around facing the camera all the time. I just get into a position and turn around. Right, so we were getting all that done. Make sure the testing stuff works. Full calls made to XCT expectation fulfill. Huh. Object doesn't notify of any changes inside setup block. Doesn't notify observers changes inside setup block. So we add an observer, create a new object, and we do that. So it must be notifying servers. You insert notify of change roles. Then it does a setup block where it shouldn't be notifying. No, so the character body, it is using Unity's character controller. So it has collisions. So stuff can bounce off and it can like collide with a wall and stuff like that. But there's a difference between something having a collider and something working with a physics engine. So, for example, if I was, like, at the moment, physics items, things with rigid bodies can hit me, but then bounce off, and I am just a wall to them. Now, if I was a dynamic rigid body, then if something hit me, I would be affected by the physics. They would hit me and impart a force into me that would cause me to move. What I need to go for is the third option, which is a kinematic rigid body, which is where, I mean, in terms of stuff interacting with me, it works just the same as the character controller. Stuff will hit me and bounce off. The difference is that with the character controller, when I move, like imagine there were a bunch of like Gwillim's beach balls. If I am a just character controller as I am now, the beach balls do not move in response to me moving at them. But if I am a kinematic rigid body, I can move through them and the physics engine moves them out the way in response to me. They keep bouncing off me. At least that's the way I understand it, so... I mean, the best example I heard is if you were wanting something that was effectively like a Pokemon game, where you're going around and not really interacting with the world in terms of physics, then the character controller is fine. If you wanted something like a Fall Guys game, where you're dealing with physics a lot more, then you want a rigid body. And because I want stuff where you can throw stuff in and interact with it and so on, I think it needs to be a rigid body. I mean, it may not be. We can actually do an experiment and see later on. Just change the collider on the bugs to be a sphere and see if it works. But I think I will need to change to be a rigid body. But we'll see later. Anyway, what we're going to do now is figure out why on earth. So, notify observers, notify of change. We get to there. Let's run this. So, yeah, that is... It's that. 5 change. So why was that not notifying before? Because you would notify that the object was inserted. That would give a did change, which would notify of change of update type. Update. Get the last change group, register change to object and change type. Change for object. Register change of type. Move change type equals update. You insert the key paths. Otherwise, don't. Okay. So, that is collection. We actually do disable undo. Document setup. Get canvas. So that is generating thumbnails. Now we still need those, but I think what we is in our collection. So we have disable undo. What we may want to do is change that. May want public func disable, and then we want probably an enum, which we're going to call capabilities, and will be case case undo, case notify. So what I'm doing is I'm fixing some stuff so that I can add some new features. So Coppice is where are we? Coppice is an app where basically you can add pages and stuff in, and these can be like images or text, and you can link them together and lay them out on a canvas. And the big thing that we're doing for this release, the previous release was all about improving stuff around images. this next release is going to be improving basically these arrows. And a bunch of things that we need to do for these arrows, like at the moment, a page can only have a single arrow going into it. And you can have, like for example, you've got pages and pages. This is the same page, but it appears multiple times. And what some people are wanting is that if I clicked here, rather than it opening up here, it would link to this existing one down here, or vice versa. And to do that, we need to allow multiple arrows to go into a page. And to do that, we need to change how they are done. Because at the moment, it's like this page has one parent and as many children as it wants. So in this case, this has, because there's no arrow going into it, it has no parent, it's a root. And then you've got two child pages. This one has one parent and it has one child page, and it just continues on. If we want it so that you can have an arrow go from this into here as well as from this one into here, then I need to change it and make these an actual concrete thing, which I'm calling a canvas link, which is basically going to say, here is a link going from this page to this page. And there'll be concrete things that allow us to do things such as have multiple links going in, have it where you can set it so there's only one instance of a page rather than multiple instances, where you'll be able to create a link, for example, click on some text and then click and drag over a page, visually creating the link. Being able to hover over a link and have it highlight the arrow that represents that, or hover over an arrow and have it highlighting the page where the link is. So all sorts of cool stuff like that. The problem is that that's going to require a lot of changes. Like adding the actual canvas link is fine, but because we're saving data and reading it in order to do that properly, I need to basically implement a bunch of migration stuff. And this is requiring me to basically, well, it's not requiring me, but it's making me do a lot of other changes. Because as I said, this M3 data is a framework I use for doing all storing stuff to disk, reading it in, and converting it into the data that the app can use. I'm also now using this framework in another app I'm building, which that has changed some things. So it's getting to the point where this code that I initially wrote 3 years ago? When did I first create this? Oh, what do you know? This class was, it will be 3 years old on Thursday. So, yes, this has been around a while, and it's getting to the point where the assumptions behind it have changed. So I need to improve it. So, what I'm doing here, for example, disable, the issue here is that when you create an object, you can have a setup block, and that setup block, if I go to the test to show, so you create a new object, and you can have a setup block where you can set all the initial values. So in this case, our object has a property called string property, and we set the initial value to foo. And what the idea is that anything you set in here, it shouldn't add it to the undo stack. So when you undo redo, it should add a single thing that undoes creating the object. It should not undo each individual property, it should do them all at once. It also should not send out notifications saying these properties have changed. It should only send a thing saying an object has been created. And because of a change I have made to fix another bug, it has ended up causing this to fail. So what we now need is, rather than just disable undo, we also want to disable notifications. The problem is, when we want to disable notifications and when we want to disable undo, well, actually it's changes that we want to do, they're different. So what I'm going to do is, rather than disable undo, we can have disable capabilities. Actually, it sounds complex, but it is not too complex. So actually, I've just realised I don't want an enum, I want an option set, and I cannot remember how you implement option sets. Do I have any? I do! Yay! So public struct capabilities option set. I think I just asked for yeah, I just asked that, so I don't even need the array, that would just be capabilities. I don't need those. Never seen behind the scenes of an app before, so it's really interesting. Well, this is partly why I want to do the stream, because a lot of people don't know how an app is built. And some days are like this, where you're going back to code that you've already written. And I want to be shift, that was what I do. Where you're going back to code that you've already written and improving it. Some days you're writing new code, some days it's just hunting down and fixing bugs. Some days can be very boring on stream because it's just a lot of like writing automated tests, which is a lot of the same thing over and over and over, because it's like if you had a knob that can go into like 5 positions. It's like, okay, if it's in position 1 and I press the button, does it do the correct thing? If I turn the knob to position 2 and press the button, does it do the correct thing? If I turn it to position 3 and do the... And you've got to tell the computer, turn the knob to this position, press the button, and then check that it's the right thing. So it's a lot of repetitive stuff, but other days you're doing a lot of visual, like laying out UIs, creating animations, all stuff like that. This is somewhere a bit in between, where it is a bit more code dense, but is also well, it's a bit more interesting, at least for me. Hopefully for you as well, because it's not a lot of the same stuff. We're going through lots of different bits and pieces. And also I've got the overlay, so generally towards the end of streams I often spend like the last 30 minutes to an hour working on the overlay, so then we switch over to doing Unity stuff as well, so you can see how the overlay is built. So it's a lot of fun stuff. So what we're going to do is, rather than a disable undo, we're going to have the disable capabilities, and then we're going to have caller throws void rethrow. And what this is going to do is guard let undo manager equals self.modelController.undo manager. Else try no. What we want to do is if let undo manager self.modelController.undo manager is not undo manager, then we do the caller. Otherwise, so we can't call that either way. So why does it particularly matter? Yeah, this code makes zero sense to me. I have no idea why I wrote this. Because in both cases we're calling that, Yeah, so we don't need that. So what we can do is, if capabilities contains undo, and we want if capabilities that contains undo down here, that, and then in the middle try caller. So what this is going to let us do is up here, if it contains undo, we can do self.modelcontroller.undo-manager.disable undo, and then down here we can enable undo. Quite possibly hey pal, possibly just going on vibes, because the thing is, if that is nil, so it isn't set, then that won't be called anyway, and neither will that if I was to just do that. So that is the same, and oh look, it's gone down to far less code. But we don't care about that quite now, because what we're going to do is disable capabilities. But what we also want is if capabilities contains oh, not control, change, then we're going to disable and re-enable. This is the problem with writing different languages. I start typing things that I don't need to because I'm in one language versus another. So if it contains change, then we need to disable change registration, and for that how do we actually how do we actually register the change? So we go there, set a block into there, did set, did change. Self collection notify of change type keeper. Okay, so what we can do is have a private var change registration enabled equal true, and what we can do here is guard self.change registration enabled else return. So if it's false, we exit early. And what that means here is we can do self.change registration enabled equal false to disable it, and then enable it. We can, and what's that complaint about? Oh yeah, because it's a multiple layout event modifiers, it wants to be capabilities. And then what we do here is we'll leave this method for now. We're going to soft deprecate it because this is just going to call self.disable .undo caller. And what is that complaining about? Static subproperties are not supported in generic type. What? Event modifiers. Need to so I can't actually store it in there. Which I suppose makes sense because the capabilities should not, so let's change this to model collection capabilities. And then I can go up here and observation, I'm going to do mark probabilities. Okay. So then what we can do is go up here, and here we want to disable undo and change. And hopefully our test should now work. And hopefully we haven't broken everything else. Oh, something failed. Aha. So this failed because that will always fail because that is now returning, and so we want all collection, any model collection. So it should be model collection. Yeah. Any model collection. Aha. Make a bunch of these. Public. Right. Not compiling. Oh, that needs to be there. Okay, so that now builds and all the tests run, which is good. So now we can get on to let's see, what do we have? All collection test. Have a look at pay. Get the peerless representation, you update from peerless representation. So yeah, we're gonna have to change that. So that opens up a potential risk, because the thing here is, if we're using an enum for all of this, then we can iterate through it. Whereas what we have to do with the struct that we're going to be using, we can't iterate through it, so we need to actually return values there. Now, yeah, that's a risk worth taking. Because I mean, worst case scenario is if we forget to put it in there, it gets added to other properties. But then we set other properties, and then as long as we're actually setting the value here, which is something we could have forgotten now anyway, it will remember that it will actually overwrite it. So it's not a big deal. So therefore, yeah. It's good streaming because I can have these conversations, and they're no longer just conversations with myself. I can say, oh, I'm having these conversations and basically explaining my thought process. So it makes me seem a little less loopy because, well, I'm not technically talking to myself. I'm talking to all of you. And none of you are figments of my imagination, oh no. Right, so what we want to do is take these and convert them into no, do we need to do that just yet? Or can I do all the stuff in M3 data and then shift it all up? I may be able to. What I need to do so we've got model object, got all the plist stuff. Right, model plist. Let's add. So we've got a model plist over here. What I want to do is in M3 data, let's add. I could actually rename a lot of this and get rid of the model stuff, but it's a bit too late now. Right, so we're going to create a class model plist because there are going to be subclasses of it. And inside of here, we need to be able to initialize with plist string any. We're going to want to what other stuff do we? Static bar version, which is going to be a uint. And then what we want to do is plist representations of model type, which is going to be an array of model ID string any. Or dictionary of model ID. So this is going to list all of the model IDs, well, all of the objects in their plist representation. And the plist is a property list, and it's just, I mean, I can show you, for example, if I open as source code. This is the property list for Coppice core framework. In fact, a better one to show you will be for the app. So this is a property list. It's just a bunch of tags where you say I've got a key and I've got a value. So for example, you have the document types, which is the Coppice document. You have where are we? The product name, the short version string, which is going to be the marketing version. So like in this case, for this version we're going to do is going to be 2022.2. You can have URL types because that's what we do for linking. You can have your copyright, which that needs updating. And you can add your own stuff in here, but that is one sort of property list. It's used all over the Mac for storing all stuff like your preferences and all stuff like that. Right. So, this representations of model type. So that is going to return that. Now the thing is, we also want to use this for saving. So what we also want to do is have a var a func set plist do this if I model. Yeah, so we get them there. So in func the set plist representations. Right, data. That maps to model ID. Well, I mean, technically, I should pass in this same type, but I don't really want to because, for example, go to model writer. What we do is we get our sorted items, which is just an array of the types. Then we get the plist representation, which is a bunch of plist keys. Ah, that's one thing. I want model plist key. I'll read there. Bit by the plist canvas. So create and delete. So we create it. And then so ID item move, and then we add items. We only care about the ID there, and on here collection object with ID. Thing is, we can just do plist. We're enumerating the plist items. We can do plist item. Yeah, so we don't need to do the model ID. I think we can get away without it. That was a convenience that was nice, but we don't need it because if we have this model plist key, it's a bit easier to access. So, set plist representations. So this is actually going to be an array of those. For model type. So this is going to be update model type representations. be a var plist string any. Now normally what you would do for something like this is you take it in and you'd store it, but the thing is you're going to take it in and then you're going to take the plist in, and then you're going to set these representations and so on. And then, well, no, you're going to initialize with the plist, and then you're going to get the representations out. Or you're going to create a blank one, set the representations, and return the plist. So, what else do we need? Oh, plist. You got the version. Supported. I'm going to have let Hey, yeah, the emotes are. I'm quite happy with the emotes. The full selection of the base ones. And then some that really only I'm ever going to use because there's a tier 2 and a tier 3. So, I want to get the plist representation. I want to set the plist representations for a model type. Pass the plist in, get the plist out. Now, what do I want to do with the version? Because the version, you're going to go there. Yeah. So basically, if you try to create something with a plist which has the wrong version, this should fail. So throws. And if you save something, it will always be of whatever version the current plist is. What I want to just test is class foo is a model plist version. Right, that's it for version. Wow. Can't override a static property. Can I override a class property? I can. Okay. So we have that, and what we need to do is validate version, load models, and load setting. We also need going to be a class of our supported model types, which is going to be an array of model type, which we're going to turn blank for this, because what it is going to go is we're going to specify the model types. If you try to add one for a model type that isn't supported, we can complain here. If you get something for a model type, we can always ensure that it returns nothing if it's there. And also when we load the models, we can see is a certain model missing, and therefore we can throw an error. And we can always ensure that they are all in the P list, even if they're empty. So version, spotted model types, P list. So we also want, I think this is probably going to be a convenience, because we also want just a plain init, which is going to create an empty version. And this can just after. Okay. Down here we want private var plist representations, which is going to be a model type, which is going to have an array of dictionaries of model plist key any, and that is going to be empty. Do we want that? No, we don't, because what we're going to do here is plist. Oh. Narrate equals ported model type model plist key any. So we're going to create that, and then we're going to do for ported type in self, and we use a capital self because it's a class variable. Supported model types. Do dictionary ported type equal empty array. Self dot plist representations equals dictionary. So we make sure that they are all in and all set, and then we can actually make this fairly simple because it's going to be plist representation return self.plist representation model type or nothing, and the goes. I mean, everything else is trash, so I don't think it makes a big difference. Guard self dot supported model types contains model type, else return just now, because we're going to make it a throw when we have errors, otherwise doing self dot plist representations model type representations. Okay. So we need to get the... Sorry for yawning. I'm still rather tired. I still didn't sleep particularly well last night. I will eventually get my sleep schedule back on track. Right, so what we need to do is implement that and that. So I'm just going to get myself, as I'm yawning so much, a fresh cup of tea. And when I get back, I may need to just sort out one or two other things. But I'll probably be about 5 minutes or so, hopefully, maybe a bit longer. But when I get back, we will get these two bits done. And then we will try writing some basic unit tests just to make sure that all of this works correctly. And then eventually we are going to want to add migration, which will be function migrate to next version. be string any. Okay, so I will see you all in 5 minutes or so. And I will probably run an ad break during this, just so that we get rid of the pre-roll ads for anyone who joins in after the break. So, see you all in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Fresh cup of tea in hand. So, what do people have planned for the upcoming week? Have you got anything exciting on? Anything fun or interesting? I'm quite looking forward to this Friday because it is one of my 3-day contracting weeks. So Friday, I'm not doing contracting, and because of the new stream schedule, it's one of my new get stuff done days. And it's kind of weird in that I've still got the same number of days, but because it is a Friday, I feel more inclined to do various jobs. So the last time I had one of these Fridays off, I painted one of the walls in my house. What I'm planning on this Friday is to clean the garage. It's basically the be an adult day, but for some reason it being a Friday rather than a weekend seems to make it seem less like it's taking free time away. Even though I am then doing streaming on the weekends. It's weird how psychology works. Right. We've got all that. One thing I need to add are settings. So mark. Playlist version. And this should really be data access. I'm going to have that, and then we're going to have var settings string of any. And that is just going to be empty. Right. Oh yeah. Needs to be an empty dictionary. You're excited because Fenner's been working on a 3D print of your... Oh, is a 3D print of your Midge model? And it might be finished this week. That... If it's a Midge model, well, I mean, if it's any of your models, you you are very good with the blender, Sinister. But that Midge model in particular was really good. Oh yeah, I'm happy to see what it looks like. Are you happy for me to show it on stream, or is it just something for me? Kieran, how dare you step away from your computer to have a break from the stream when I am stepping away from the computer to have a break from the stream? Well, sister, feel free. I think. Okay. Don't show on stream. That should. In fact, let's just do that. Oh, cool. That is looking really cool. That's turning out very well. Like, needs a bit of cleaning up in some places, but I mean that's just 3D printing. But oh, by the way, Kieran, I've been meaning to ask, are you in the Animator Discord? Because I don't think I've seen you in there. I know Sinister is, but... So is the plan to, once it's done, to get that grabbed into a Doig Swift stream and enjoy the reaction? I have feel So you got the model type there. You may need to change model type so that you can have a persistent value as well. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. But yeah, we've got the model type, because I've realised that I'm passing the model type in here rather than it being a set of types of collectible model objects. And the thing is, one thing I need from the model type is what value to use for persisting that model type. Now, model type is a row representable struct, a bit like the plist keys, but it doesn't just have to have one value. I can give it an extra property, so I can create a persistence property. So if you just do the row value, it will be the same, but you'll be able to set a different persistence property in. So that will solve that. So I will do that now. Public let persistence value. Now persistent that's just a persistence name, and then that is going to be persistence name string optional equals nil. That is going to do persistence name with that, and then we can copy that down to here, and self.persistence name equals the persistence name, or if it's nil, we will do the raw value. Hopefully that works. Is it going to complain because I've changed the initializer? Yeah, so we need that. So what we are going to do here is have that where we just do self.init row value persistence name nil. And that keeps it happy. Well, actually, no, persistence name is raw value. Okay. So we'll be able to change those later, but what this means here is we want to validate things. So we want to do playlist version as int. So that has no, let version equals that, or version 1. And we want to guard version equals self.version else, and then this is where we want to we'll throw these down at the bottom. Class model extension model plist. I'm going to create some errors. Enum errors type error, because that will let us throw these as errors. Case valid version. Receive print expected. Case missing selection. String the collection name. Case missing ID, which is going to be string of any, the actual plist item. So in this case, we will throw errors.invalid version. We received version and we expected a self. So we validate the version. Then let's load the setting. That's going to be the next easiest thing to do. Use self.init. I'm going to do self.settings equal. I'm going to bring over plist settings as any are nothing. I'm not really one to listen to like technical or industrial music that much, but I really do like this track. So we're going to get our settings loaded in, and then we want to load the model. So what we're going to do here is for model type in yeah, this track is a Popski one. Cybernetics. So I've talked about Popski before. The Dangerously Magnificent Cosmic Adventure is the album this is from, and it's quite a fun track. I mean, most of the ones on that album are quite fun and lots of variety in them. Right, so for model type in that, we want to self dot no guard let plist guard get model plist equals plist model type dot persistence name as an array of string any, else throw model reader, no, throw errors dot missing collection model type dot persistence name and oh who was it? Now I'm assuming that most of you are not programmers, so you won't appreciate how fun this is, but we are going to do an extension to dictionary where key is of type string and element no, value is any. I think that's how you define that. No, where key is string and value is any. And we'll do var to model plist key. Which is yeah, two model plist keys, which is going to return an array of model plist key any. And now that's just going to do that, but what we'll be able to do is get this and then do let plist representation equals model plist dot map to model plist keys. Now what that means, if I have a dictionary of this particular type where the keys are a string and the value is of any, I can call this on it. Now it does nothing at the moment, it actually empties it out, so it's worse than nothing. But I can then do self dot set plist representation bar model type. Okay, let's have a look at this clip. Let's just pause the music. Bring this over. Right, I need Fiery redirect to SWB audio capture. So hopefully you can be able to see this now. The thing that I'm most proud of so far was learning Unity shaders to do stuff like this. Ooh, nope. Helps if I select the actual overlay. This. No, I selected the overlay. There we go. The thing that I'm most proud of so far was learning Unity. Look, I did that first time. There's no video evidence to say otherwise. Any video evidence you may be seeing is a fabrication. Right. Why is that complaining? Because that needs to be a try. Okay. So all of this stuff here, which is very tied to Coppice, is now all of this stuff here, which is in no way tied to Coppice. So what we need to do here is just do a tweak where what we're going to do is turn self dot okay, I will just have to create a new one. Plist keys equal any, and then for key value in self model plist keys, and then we're going to do a model plist key row value key equals value. And the reason, this is the reason why we do this as a struct rather than an enum, because we can throw in stuff that may not exist. Return model plist keys. So now actually we don't care about the ID at this point. So for plist generation we want to go in reverse. So we're going to do this where is model plist key, and we'll do string keys, which is going to return string key string key dot row value. Okie dokie. So for this, can create our plist, which would be a string of any, and plist version equals self.version. Plist settings equals self.setting. And then for model type in self.supported. Oh, that's a fair point. We can have an error there. Case valid collection. And we want to throw valid dot valid collection model type dot no value. So for model type in self.supported model types, what are we going to do? We are going to plist model type dot persistence name equal self.plist representations of model type dot map to string keys. And then we return plist. So in theory, that should read and write the same as before. So what we need to do, for test, do I have some model plist test? I have model writer test. I have model reader tests. The cool thing here is yeah. Right, so let's create some model plist tests and we'll see how unit testing happens. Plist test. I'm not going to do too many of these because I don't want to completely bore you all to death. But model plist, what do we want to do? And the thing is, we can't actually test this by itself because it is designed. In fact, why don't we instead condition failure implement in subclass rather than returning something, we should say that it needs to be implemented. Because these bits don't need to, all that stuff doesn't need to. All you need to implement is saying what the version number is, what the supported model types are, and the migration. So in terms of helpers, test object, we have test collectible object, a test model object, test relationship model object. Actually, we don't need those. We can just create generic tabs. So, I think what I need to do is in the setup, I need to create a var test plist. It's going to be string of any, and we're going to do self.test plist equals. So there's going to be a version, which we can say is, let's say it's 4. Settings is going to be a bunch of stuff. So we'll do name equal Bob, is pro Bob, that should do. And then we'll have a bunch of other stuff which are going to be our properties, which actually I need to work out what we actually need in there. So if I do model plist, no, that's the wrong model plist. What? Oh, not clear that. I mean, there's nothing too much in there. That is just me trying to debug sleep issues with my computer. But model P list. Okay. No, I'm saying open the class version, and you're not doing that. Maybe been fixed in an extra version. Anyway. So, what things do we need to test? Test. So we want to test that's init list throws error if version match plist sets settings with plist ignores that's a fair point. If it contains collections in the actual thing, now that should never happen because it's linked by the version. So the only way that should happen is if someone changes the version name by hand. I'll add those things by hand. So ignores ignores values not in imported model types. List throws error if imported model type missing, and plist loads imported model types. So that is testing with plist. What else do we need to do? That we don't really need to test that. We probably don't need to test migrate. We will test in the app because they will be in the apps. So we'll also test generating the plist. So .plist, and the test is plist include version plist includes settings plist includes all imported types. Use supported type even if empty. So if we set ourselves a successful plist, so we're just going let's do page, which we have ID 4 because this is generic, this doesn't really care about any of the other stuff. Oh, that actually. We may want to do that to make sure that the ID does exist and is an appropriate model ID. Okay. So what we're going to do is model ID. Oh, yes, it would help if I import at testable import M3 data. So we want to create a model ID, and it's going to be of model type page. What? Let's just define our class down here, because this is going to be helpers model plist tests. We're going to do var page model type is going to be model type raw value page, persistence name pages, canvas canvases. And then we want our class, which is going to be our test model plist. Test model plist. And what we are going to do here is subclass model plist. That should make oh, that's a point. Static let. That's a bit better. And test model plist. All we need to do there is the version. Is going to return 4 for the supported model types. We're going to return. So no, that's not going to be model plist tests dot page model type and canvas model type. And we don't care about the migration stuff at the moment, because that is never going to be really used. I suppose it will be used by the model reader and model writer, but we can create our own plist stuff later, and we can probably adjust that later when we get to that. So we want pages, which is going to be an array, and we want canvases, which is going to be an array. And what we are going to do is there's going to be a dictionary, and we're going to have ID, which is going to be model ID, model type, dot self dot page model type, dot ironically, in the plist we don't use the plist representation, we use a string representation. Plist representation, I believe, is used for the clipboard. Francisco Delgado, welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying everything. As always, if you have any questions about what's going on or anything, feel free to post them in chat and I'm happy to answer them. Hope you are doing well on this, I would say it's a fine Sunday, but it seems to be very windy and rainy outside at the moment here. No, we don't want settings. We're going to do title is my awesome page, and we've got wind at the moment, and the forecast is for rain for now until whenever. Well, it is quite warm out. It's about 21 degrees, so content and we'll add a second page all about awesome. They are awesome. And then for canvases, we want this to be canvas model type. Let's do name. First canvas, and we'll just put of life 2. Okay, so that sets up our good path. So, what we can then do is for each of these, you can do, for example, self.test plist version equals 3. And then we're going to let our model plist equals test model plist, and actually no, we don't want to do that. We want pt assert throws error. Oh, you can hit Alt command inserts everything. Okay, so then we can do try test model plist. Okay. With self.test plist. Don't care about that. What we do care about is that, because we need to xct assert all. I don't think guard typed error. I have another xct assert throws error. I would be happy to send some up, Kieran. It's actually been quite nice with it being windy and rainy the past few days. Right, so this wants to be xct assert equal $0 as, and this would be model plist dot errors dot valid version received 3, expected 4. Now, yes, so I need to make my errors equatable. List of errors, error, that should be 2, equatable. Okay. So that should be fine. For settings, we want to try let model plist try model plist test plist xct assert equal model plist dot setting. I want to test that name as string is Bob, and we want to test that pro as bool is true, and we might as well xt assert equal model plist dot count equal to 2 to make sure that those are the only items we get. Why you can it's model plist dot setting. It ignores values not imported model type, so we are going to do self.test plist, and we're going to add a new thing which is bugs, which is going to be an array of stuff where we're going to have ID, model ID, model type, we don't even need the model type, which is for, and color red. Four, 6, 8, 9, 0. Red, blue, and green. And then let model plist equals try test model plist self dot test plist t assert equal model plist dot is representation of model type type row value bugs is that. Throws error if supported model type is missing, so that one's easy. Test plist dot pages. No, let's do canvases equal nil. And then xct assert throws error. Try test model plist self dot test plist, and now we're going to okay, and then load supporting model types. What that should do is let model plist equals try plist self dot test plist, so that should all load fine. And then we want to xct assert equal Now this is where we're going to do something where this is actually going to fail. Hello Swifting around, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Could I infer from your name that you dabble in Swift programming by any chance? You're an iOS dev, oh. Well, you're at sort of the right place. I do iOS from time to time, but I'm mostly a Mac developer, so 2 years experience. So, how have you been doing development before that, and you just switched to iOS? Or have you started development with iOS as your first platform? It's always great seeing new people get into the community and start learning new the new technologies, building apps, and learning all the skills. So, part of why I build this stream is to help people, be they programmers or not, see how apps are built and maybe learn a few things and maybe teach me a few things along the way, because I've been doing this a long time, but I still learn new stuff from people who've been doing it for less time than I have. Right, so we get our model P list, and then what we want to is pages is going to equal model P list dot list representation of self.page model type. We want to assert that there are 2 pages, and we want to assert that so actually when we save these to disk, when we get the P list, we do want to sort this. Got a job as an iOS dev 2 years ago. Before that you were studying computer engineering. As a student you worked for 3 years on a project on C++ and Linux about autonomous drone piloting through computer vision. That is pretty cool stuff. I haven't done a huge amount of computer vision beyond using Apple's own vision framework. So it's like, I'll let the people that know how to do computer vision do the hard stuff for me and just say, please give me the text from this image. Please tell me if this is a dog or not. I figure a multi-trillion dollar company is going to be a little bit better at implementing computer vision than I am. Little bit of OpenCV and MATLAB. Oh, I haven't used MATLAB since university, and I think I only used it in one module. I can't even remember what I did in MATLAB. I just remember I had to use it at one point, but I don't think I've actually touched OpenCV at all. Yeah, I mean Apple's frameworks. I actually use Apple's frameworks in. Well, have I done it? Editors, page editors, image content editor. Yeah. Here we are, image, page link. So I actually use vision in Coppice to detect text, because if I bring Coppice up, and I am going to need an image with some text in. You know what, let's just take a screenshot of chat and paste that in. New image page, paste it in. So I have this here, and do I have, yeah, auto detect pages in. So if I was to, for example, add a new text page here, and I was to name this Swifting Around, it automatically finds all the stuff in here and has created links. So if I now click that, it's linking to the page there. And I can then change this around to reinvent, that's the right type, and it finds it there. And this is all just using Apple's Vision Framework. And it's like, I could learn how to do all this, or I could just create a VN image request handler, create a recognized text request, set the languages, and then just perform the request. And then I just process the results I get back. So it's like, what 10 years ago would have been a fairly advanced feature and stuff that, when I was at university, we were just learning about these sorts of things, and like, well, you can do optical character recognition, you've been able to do it for a while, but it can be a bit iffy when things aren't aligned correctly, and doing it in multiple languages and this, that and the other. It was not a simple thing, whereas now it's just you call a few lines of code. Yes, Uncle Ugsy, welcome to the stream as well, and yes, very much if you want to learn how they're made, it's useful to reinvent some of them. So I mean, it's something where I have a sense of how this stuff works. I mean, thankfully I did a little bit on, I don't think I actually did any implementation stuff, but learning about like what neural nets are and stuff when I was at university. It was just on the cusp of then. But yeah, reinventing some stuff's good, but at the same time, sometimes it's nice just to say, I don't need to worry about that. All I care about is putting some input into this black box and getting some output out of it, and whatever magic gets done in the background, I'm happy with that. So, and thanks for the follow, Swifting Around. It's much appreciated. Right, let us get back to writing these tests quickly. So we have this stuff here, and oh yes, right. What I need to do is let's just be messing around with some mathematics. UUID. Go. Copy that. Just to get the format. And I think string representation, how do I actually do that? It's raw value with the UID string. So I can actually get rid of that, and I can just do page underscore that, and page underscore, and for this one we'll keep most of it the same, but I'll change that to a 9. Now the reason is when saving to disk, I want to keep things in as deterministic a format as possible. So what I would end up doing is when I save to disk, I want these to be sorted by ID, which I believe I'm doing already, but and for that we'll just and we don't care about the rest. So what that means I can do is that should guarantee that these are always in the same order. Now they will be when I load this in, but it just helps to give me a little bit more security by enforcing it in the data as it should be anyway. Because normally the actual order won't matter, but when you're doing unit tests, you want to pull a particular thing out. It is useful to fix that order. So pages, I'll do a safe 0 dot. Oh no, that is not going to work. ID should work. As model ID, and then I should be able to do model ID. The type is going to be self.page model type, and the UID string is going to be that. And then I should be able to save 1, and then that should be 96. Optional, oh yeah, be an optional. And the reason I use the safe is because like that can fail, but that can crash if I just did 0. So if that fails, that's going to crash. Whereas if I use safe, that's just an extension I've built that returns nil if an index doesn't exist, and it just makes stuff a bit easier. So then I can just test all the properties are correct. I'm going to do model plist key title as string my awesome page. Written. And then we can just copy paste this and copy paste the other stuff. As I said, writing tests is not the most engaging of things in the world, but it is very important if you're writing code like this, which is about reading and writing user data to disk. I am very, very particular at making sure I write tests and such for all of this sort of code, because I'm paranoid about a user coming to me and saying, oh, I've lost some data. Okay, the user may have lost some data, but I don't want it to ever be my fault that they have lost some data. Type of expression is ambiguous without more context. That should be an array. Any cannot conform to equatable. Okay, that count is 0 then. It should be empty. Okay, now why are these complaining? The raw value. Yeah. I am sort of generally following MVVM, swifting around. So for example, if we have the we've got my source list view controller, which basically sets up everything in the sidebar for my source list, but I have a source list view model that takes all my model, like my page, folder and stuff, and basically converts it all into these source list nodes. And source list node is what the view controller works with, because you basically have a list of pages, you have which are grouped into folders and all stuff like that on the side, and it just puts it into a type where it's just like creating a tree structure, which these will just return, okay, what icon am I meant to be, what title am I meant to be, and what object do I actually represent. So I find MVVM useful because it allows me to put more of my logic into code that is abstracted from the UI, and that allows me to test that more easily, write a bunch of automated tests, and also reuse it. So for example, this entire canvas thing here, where I can click and move stuff around, and it's drawing all these arrows, and I can resize, and it hovers over and shows page titles, and I can shift, like move things around using the keyboard and all stuff like that. That is all done using a layout engine, which is, you could think of it sort of as in terms of MVVM, but it's a layout engine that is completely abstracted away from the UI. So this is all done via AppKit. In theory, I could take that and potentially put it into SwiftUI. I'd probably have to do some tweaks, but I could take it and put it into like Build UI Kit on top of it. And for Quick Look, so I have a Quick Look plugin for documents, and I've basically taken it and put it into there. And rather than Quick Look generating the views, it draws it to an image using the same data. So effectively what the layout engine is, where is it? So all the layout engine is a bunch of stuff that deals with these layout engine page. And MVVM can have sort of, some people can be like, it's very strict on how you should do this and you should have these things. For me, MVVM is just, you've got your model, you've got your view, and the VM is basically just convert this to data types so that your view can be as minimal as possible. Or convert it to data types so that it can use some sort of binding technology. Because I believe MVVM initially came out of it's a Microsoft thing. I don't think it was, may have been Silverlight. It may have been something else. They had all these technologies where they were going heavily on bindings. And the reason is they did MVVM is you wanted the view model that you could present all these properties and functions that your view can just call into, and then you could give the UI through Microsoft tools to a designer and they could hook into that. But the key thing is you could swap the view model out, and so you could provide a view model that was basically test data. So the designer could build the UI pointing to the view model returning the test data, and then you could just swap it out for what you have. So yeah, if you're using SwiftUI, MVVM is very good for that because it has that sort of binding structure available to it. Hey folks, how are you doing today? But yeah, MVVM, I like it because it is simple yet powerful. And it's just, as the name suggests with view model, I always just think of, okay, let's convert my model into the simplest thing that the view can do. And I always, the way I always describe MVVM, like the simplest example you can give for what is a view model meant to do. An age. You would always store someone's date of birth in the model, but you generally want to display their age. So what the view model does is it takes the date of birth, converts it to the age, and just vends that as an age property, and then all the view has to do is say, take this property, display it. So, I mean, you probably know this already, but for anyone else who's watching who doesn't know about MVVM, that is basically what it is. It is about taking the model and converting it into a special model for the view, so that the view can do the minimum amount of work, which if you're using stuff like SwiftUI, you're using stuff like Cocoa bindings on the Mac, or any other platform that has some sort of bindings, makes stuff a lot easier, because it's like this text field, this label just needs to display this property. And actually generating that property happens lower down. It makes testing easier, it makes using these APIs easier, it abstracts it away so that if you decide, I do not want to use this UI framework, I want to use another UI framework, you don't have to completely rewrite it all. So it just gives you so much more power and flexibility. So, but yeah, that's my extolling of the virtues of MVVM. There are many other options out there, and honestly it doesn't matter a huge amount which you use. People will always go, oh, I absolutely love this and you should be using this, and if you're not doing things right. And it's just like, it doesn't matter that much. Everything has a pro, everything has a con. It's what works for you and your project and the situation you're in. So some people use these vastly complicated things where you get all sorts of stuff out there and it works really well for them and they enjoy it and they think it's advantageous. I prefer the conceptual simplicity of MVVM. I think that is an advantage, but some people find it can be a bit clunky or a bit too fast and loose in places. So I'm always, when it comes to programming, I'm always very, very picky about what I am dogmatic about and what I am pragmatic about. Yeah, Viper is one of them. I've heard of others that are even longer names because they have even more different components. And like I say, some people that use it seem to love it. But I've looked at it and I'm just like, I mean, I can see some advantages, but it seems a bit much for me. I have my way of doing things and I like it, it works for me. I mean, like, one of the few things I'm dogmatic about is that you should very rarely be dogmatic about things. Though, ironically, it is pragmatic to be dogmatic about not being dogmatic about things. So it's, I mean, a good example of this is writing these tests. I could have done test-driven development, or test-driven design, where you write the tests first and that influences how you design and build your API. The thing is, I know how to build and design an API. At this point, it's very easy. So the question of whether I write the tests first or the tests second ultimately depends on, do I need a test harness? Like, how confident am I in how it works? So something like this model plist, I'm basically translating some stuff over and I know how it's going to work. But in other cases, it may be something that I'd write test later. If it's low level stuff, I'm more likely to do test driven development because it provides me a a harness to work with. But if I'm doing UI stuff or anything that I can interact with from the UI, I'll probably write the tests later. In this case, I'm being very conscious of writing the tests because I want to ensure that this works, because this is going to be important. So we've got test plist. Right, so the next thing I want to do is let model plist equals test model plist and just create a blank one. And I'm going to do model plist dot we actually don't care about any of that. I can just do xct assert equals model plist dot plist version as int is equal to 4. You work pretty much the same way as me, yeah. What am I streaming from? I am streaming from a M1 Ultra Max Studio, which I got a little while ago, which is very much a good computer to stream from. If you're going to be streaming from a Mac, you might as well stream from one with plenty of horsepower. It's only the 48 core GPU thing, because GPU one, because I don't use the GPU that much to benefit from like an additional 12 cores. And honestly, unless you're using software that is properly optimized, you're not getting that much benefit. Even the 48 core, you're not getting that much benefit. But yeah, I wanted the Ultra because the CPU. Though, saying that, the stream from your Intel MacBook Pro 2020, you stream from a MacBook Pro 2020 and it get. Oh, so you stream? Do you stream development as well, or do you just stream gaming, or what sort of stuff do you stream? Swift UI experiments are learning. Okay, I'll give you a follow then. But yeah, it will definitely get hot. I was previously streaming from a 2019 iMac, and that would, when I was streaming, it would be getting close, like above 90 degrees on the CPU and about 90 degrees on the GPU, like 80 to 90 degrees on the GPU. Whereas now, my Mac Studio 47 on the CPU and around 43 to 45 on the GPU. The Mac Studio has quite possibly the most overkill cooling solution I think Apple has ever put in the Mac. Like, I rarely see the temperatures get higher than this, and the fan speed here, that is them idling. People have really pushed this and they've managed to get it up to like 60, 70 degrees and the fan's still idle. So it's obviously designed to stick something more powerful in. But talking about 20 cores, where am I? So with my M1 Ultra, and with the contract work I do, so with Coppice, with Streamline, they're fairly small projects. Like Coppice will build an archive in, I think, under a minute. But a clean build is like 20, 30, well, no, it's about, for Coppice, I think it's actually about 15 seconds. And the more cores you throw at it, the faster it goes. Because generally, when you build something, well, if I switch, oh no, it's, let me just stash my changes, and then I can show you. Stash those, go up to here, stash those, and if I clean build, because for anyone who has not seen this, this is one of the best new features in Xcode 14. So this build with timing summary has been there for a while, but Xcode will do a clean debug build of Coppice for me, and it's done. Now it's at about 100% CPU utilization across all 20 cores, and you can see that because you go to the build log, you get your timing summary, you can see it took 11.9 seconds, but you can see technically how many seconds it took, but obviously 55 seconds Swift compile when it only took 11.9, well, that is across multiple cores. But if you go on here and showing timeline, it will show you this timeline here, which shows you things building. And you can see where bottlenecks potentially are. So I have a bunch of frameworks and stuff. So I've got M3 data, which is what we're working on. That's my data layer. Then we have M3 subscriptions, which is handling all the pay subscription side of things. Coppice core is basically my core framework. And then I have quick look. So Coppice core depends on M3 data. And then quick look depends on Coppice core, and the app depends on both quick look, Coppice core, M3 data, all those. So it can throw M3 subscriptions and M3 data and running a shell script and all stuff at the same time. And you can see this is running on 20 cores here. But then there's a gap here while it's waiting for stuff to finish, and then it speeds up to do on all cores, but then they finish because it can't start this until it's finished emitting all the module stuff, and then we get to here where it does stuff, and then it speeds up again, and then slows down. So you can see where it is utilizing all these cores, and the more cores I throw at it, the faster it gets. But that isn't always the case. So in the contract project I'm working on, the more cores I throw at it, the slower it gets. When I first tested this M1 Ultra, I was comparing it against my iMac, which has an Intel Core i9-9900K in it, which is a very fast processor. It can do 16 threads, so in terms of number of threads, it isn't too far away, but each core on this Mac Studio is much faster. And like Coppice, it can compile Coppice way faster. If I'm doing something like rendering in Blender or something, it can do that about 3 times faster than my iMac. It is about the same speed on this contract project as my iMac. And in fact, the fastest computer I have an M1 MacBook Pro, which is faster. And not just a little bit, it can be twice as fast as this Mac Studio. And I ended up plotting a graph. And this is a graph of how long it takes to do a debug build of this project, and you see the number of cores on the x-axis. And it was actually when I limited Xcode to only doing 4 concurrent operations when building, it was the fastest. When it got up to around 16 to 20 cores, it was the slowest. And then you may be thinking, how is that possible? Well, for some reason, as you throw more cores at it, the number, like how long certain files take in a project, goes up. So when it's on 4 cores, those files can take anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds. And the thing is, it's not consistent which files. If it was always the same files, I could tell, but it's literally this one target. Any of the files can just take a long time, but they take 5 to 15 seconds to compile on here. But as it goes up, when it gets to here, those same files can take 90 seconds. So when you get something like this, if one of those files can take 90 seconds to compile, then it becomes a problem, because anything else that's fast limits, and all these codes are just waiting and hanging around, and you'll get a few of these just hanging around. And the thing is, reducing those few files that seem to, like I say, seems to be random files from this one target, the speed increase from going from 16 cores down to 4 cores in terms of them building faster is significantly faster than limiting all the other files from only doing 4 at a time rather than 20 at a time. Literally a fifth of the cores, and it is that much faster. Now, what I believe is the issue is there's some resource contention somewhere. So anyone who's done enough parallel programming before, anything to do with concurrency, you'll know that you can get resource contention where you throw a lot of cores at something, but if they're all trying to access the same thing, then it ends up basically locking on something that could be locking on trying to access different threads. It could be contention on the disk, contention from memory, stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure that is what is going down, because this is like almost quintessential resource contention, that the more cores you throw at it, the slower it gets, because you get more things contending for the same resources, which means it takes even longer. But the thing is, I can't work out where the resource contention is. I'm probably going to have another look this week when I'm doing contract work, but yeah. You thought it was fixed in the 5.6 build system. Do you have that opt-in compile setting? So this is the thing. The target that I am building is both Objective-C and Swift. And yeah, I believe I have tried that, and I'm not sure it helps, but I may give it another try just to check. But the thing is, this target is both Objective-C and Swift, and it is generally, like I say, it just picks, it's just files at random, and it can be, sometimes it's all Swift files, sometimes it's all Objective-C files that take a long time, and there's something that, but usually it's like a mix of Objective-C and Swift files that are taking this long time. So it just feels like there's some contention there. So I believe that build set, in fact, default speed, com.apple.dp.exe build. I believe I actually tested this on that project and it made no difference, but integration does not exist. So yes, it seems to be yeah, I mean, it may help, but I've tried it on Xcode 13 and it didn't actually do anything. And like I said, because all the other targets in this project seem to compile reasonably well, so I'm assuming there's some resource contention in that target, but the thing is, I can't figure it out because there's nothing that seems obvious that's causing resource contention. Hello Finite, how are you doing today? In fact, let's give a shout out to some people. So for those of you who have not seen Finite streams before, Finite does some very fantastic streams doing software development on an app they do for, I believe it's tracking logistics and stuff in the construction industry. while also having the help of many clones and occasionally playing some games. And then we have Afflux, who streams development of their podcasting app, doing Mac development, iOS development, and so on stream. Are you doing well trying to wake up? Yes, I've had some trouble waking up. I'm still... It's getting close to 4 PM here and I'm still trying to wake up. With now kids are no longer playing football outside, opening a window and letting a bit of fresh air come in. But yeah, I realised that as we've had a few more people come in, you may not have seen some of the changes that I have made to the overlay. So there's not too much here in the way of changes in this room. There are some changes to how the bot functions. Oh, and you can throw bugs at me now. Oh, that one bounced quite fun. But I'm gonna improve those a bit more over time. Well, yeah, I can move around a bit more easily. Oh, it made me jump. Well, that one I didn't expect that. Well, yes, in here we have built up all of our control panel over here. We have a rather nice like skybox going round. What else have we done? I don't know if you've seen my playing around in shader graphs in Unity. I'm going to do this first time. Hey! Building up a bunch of starting soon and be right back, and thanks for watching stuff where it's just a bit of a hologram that I've basically just played around with some shader graphs and stuff, so I'm slowly building stuff out. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. And then the latest addition is obviously the bugs that are just getting thrown in on hexagons at the moment, but I'm probably going to change those to be almost like rubber balls. If you've ever seen like the sort of the clear rubber balls that have like stuff embedded in them, they're going to be bugs embedded in rubber balls, and I'm going to see if I can get them so that they bounce around when people throw them, so they don't just hit me and bounce on the floor. They hit me and then bounce, and they just keep bouncing around until they stop. So that would be some fun to play with in terms of physics. Yeah, let's just check some stuff. Swifting around, you said something that happens with working with men's threads that may explain this. Is that something just generally working with threads? Because I mean, this is basically Xcode. Like I say, I'm pretty sure it is resource contention, because that quintessentially when the time it takes for something to build, or the time it takes for an operation to complete goes up when you increase the number of cores, it's generally like locking on some resource somewhere. The problem is, if it's locking on, like, the things that it can lock on that come to mind are things like disk access or memory access or stuff like that. But the thing is, this has a far faster SSD than both my iMac and the MacBook Pro. And then, I mean, this has, what, 800 gigabytes per second RAM access? So it's just like, there shouldn't really be memory contention. So it's, you can end up having threads waiting on other threads, and sometimes the same file gets compiled more than once for each calling thread. Yeah, I mean, Xcode is, they're meant to be improving that in Xcode 14, because you can actually see when tasks can be computed faster than threads generated, it's counterproductive to create multiple. Yes, so what Xcode does is it doesn't create a thread per file. What it does is it creates a bunch of jobs, so it handles 20 jobs. So what you can see here on this graph, like if, for example here, this is one thread that it is running, but it is compiling error pop over view control.nib, then the preferences window, image editor view. So it's basically going through, and then after it has compiled the nibs on this thread, it then goes around and compiles a bunch of files. Now the thing is, it probably isn't doing threads per se, because I believe it spins up multiple compiler processes. But what it is basically doing is it will spin up a compiler, a compile process, and then another one, another one, another one, and then this one is compiling multiple files at the same time in one process. So I don't think it's multiple threads, I believe it's multiple processes. But the thing is, it needs to do those correctly. But yeah, there are some things that have sped up. So you can see, for example, the Quick Look plugin depends on Coppice core, but you can see here Coppice core is still being linked and so on, and I think some bits are still like copied and stuff here, so it actually starts building it before it's finished. So they've done some stuff here that can actually speed up when it actually builds stuff in Xcode 14. But yeah, there are still some issues, and it's, if I could find what the resource contention is, what I'm trying to make reference to is something called fine-grained threading. Yeah, it's, yeah, concurrency can be slow. I mean, I think I've seen some Apple engineers talk about that, where they went through the process of making certain parts of the system work on multiple threads. But what they actually found was it ended up being slower than just letting it run on the main thread. So they reverted and went back to having some of these processes just be single-threaded, because being single-threaded can be faster. For something like compiling is one of those tasks where if you can structure it correctly, it is a very parallel process that benefits a lot. So like Coppice, throwing more cores at it, it benefits it a lot. And if you see some stuff outside of Xcode, I have seen like people building, I believe the fastest one was Firefox, but I think people like do like Chrome builds and stuff, and going from a 10-core M1 Max to a 20-core M1 Ultra, they see like a 2x gain. It is pretty much a linear increase. So if things work correctly and you haven't got bottlenecks in terms of disk access and stuff like that, and you're CPU bound, you can generally get a linear increase in compile times with cores. But when you are getting a decrease in compile times by adding cores, then it, like you say, it can be throwing too many threads at it. In this case, it's smart about not doing too many tasks, because the way I tested this is I can limit the number of tasks that it does. But like I said, I believe it is spawning processes, because you can have a look at, for example, if I go here, it's doing a compile zip where it's basically CDing it into the directory, doing an export, and then it's calling ibtool and calling this. So this is the command that it is running for this. But if I go here and have a look and expand that, we get all this stuff, but it is building multiple files at once in one Swift build, I believe, though. It's a bit hard to decipher. You can see welcome controller, coloured button cell, pro up cell view controller. So this is basically just running a bunch of commands on the command line effectively. So that is how it actually does this. So it's not a threading issue, it's a process issue, which is sort of the same thing, but not. It's more likely with when you're getting multiple processes that the contention is in the system somewhere, or it is in planning out the processes. But yeah, I'm going to do some more investigation during the week and try and work out what's going on. I mean, generally, the Mac Studio is really good for development. But it's just one of those weird things where you get some annoying changes, and I've just realised I need to now unstash all these changes so that I can go back down here. I'll peel this test. Right. Auto plist dot setting. Model settings. Oh, it's because I've changed things. Okay. Hello. Hello. To. Ah. As. So model plist setting. Oh, string. In bar 2. Hello world, foobar bears 42. Includes all supported types. So what we are going to do here, plist dot set clean and a build. Oh, that would help if I switch back to M3 data. I'll build that and set. Touch module Coppice for. What Coppice for? That wants to for. No. For Coppice Core, yeah. For the tests. Module Coppice. Oh, that's problematic because Coppice Core can't build because it's not conform to those. Right. I can fix this temporarily because what I need to do is these extensions I need to pull out of Coppice Core anyway. So what I will do is cheat and copy this into M3 data tests for now. And therefore, I do not need Coppice core. Wrong one. I type and it has no subscript. Let settings plist equal model plist dot plist setting as any. Try XCT unwrap. Get rid of that, and then we can go here and get rid of those. Right, and then model plist dot set representations for model type self.page model type. Right. Then we need dictionary, which we're going to have ID model ID. Type self.page model type. Let's get rid of that. And actually, all supported types. Now we actually want another test, which is going to be test plist sorts types by ID. Oh no, sorts objects. Right. Page. And 9. That's always page 3. Page 2. Canvas, that, okay, XCT assert for plist. Oh, actually, we want pages plist wrap plist list pages as an array of string any. Pages list save 0 ID is equal to page underscore that. And now ID as string. Okay, we want that, and then we want title. Page 1. And once we have these tests working, I will probably do a little bit on the overlay. And then we'll come back to the tests. I'll come back to the versus refactoring tomorrow. Then for the canvas. That pages based on count 2. Canvases 1. And 2. Copy that. Copy again. But in this case, we want to get rid of the canvas and want to just assert not nil model plist dot plist canvases. As we're setting up pages, but want to make sure canvases is set but just empty. For this one, what I want to do is swap those around but make sure they are sorted that way. Okay, so I think all but this one should fail. I should pass. Except when I get a huge number of compiler errors. IDs all. Okay. I'll need a bunch of them. Aha. ID string. They are hiding. Command. What? I think I've got it set. Oh, it's working now. All issues. Hey. I've been having so many problems with that in Xcode 14 where fix all issues will not actually, well, say that. Let's do it. Yes. That. Okay. Cannot convert value of type. Oh, yep. Model plist key raw value. Yep. Okay. Oh yes. Try on these. Can fail. Let's go. Well, thank you for coming, switching around. I stream, well, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 1 PM UK time. So if you're around anytime there, please do come back. And thank you for coming. Thank you for following. It's much appreciated. And hopefully see you again. There we go, the build succeed. Now for the tests, which many of them fail. Received 1, expected 4 is not equal to receive 3, expected 4. Go where? That sounds no make. Get the version as you in. Let's store version as a string because it will be loaded as such. Still failing. Or is it? Yeah, still failing. Versions to match. Oh, PO, plist 3 as UN. Okay, so let's go back to doing it that way then. Did it just not like it being we'll do it as an int. Let's just make that an int. Yeah, and get rid of the uint. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. So this one, and then it's the rest of them are failing because of that same issue. Build failed. Because these now need to be integers. That needs to be an integer. Okay, pass, pass, pass. Fail. P-list representation. First of all, finds that not actually loading. Okay, well that should fix a few things. Okay, so the question is why while we load supported model types. Not soft dot model type. Okay. PO model plist. So we get that, and we're going to go and PO plist mission. Okay. So then we're going to go into here and self.plist session. Okay. Self.plist. Huh? Oh, because we're calling self.init again. That's nailing it out. Okay. Why on earth is that not a compiler error? I mean, Swift has enough rules about initializing. You would expect it to be able to tell you something such as you're calling this initializer twice. Okay. So that is failing as expected because they are not model IDs. They are failing as expected because they are model IDs. Okay, so what we want to do is when we do the plist, we go through here, plist representation of model type. Let's do let's change this. to persistence. To persistence presentation. And to model plist presentation. Plist representation and to persistence representation, and what this will do is, the reason we're doing that is we're going to go through and here and if key equals dot e, else string keys key dot of value key if key equals ID let model ID value model ID value equal model ID dot string representation, and then if let plist key that, and if plist key equal ID, let model ID let our model ID value as string, let model ID equals model ID with string raw model ID, then we're going to model plist key equal model ID, else just value. Okay, so the test failed because sorts by IDs failed. So then we get to version of models. Not sorted, and I'm going to do $0 dot ID how do we actually so I'm looking at the plist representations of a model type. I'm going to be just as well mapping first and sorted $0 ID less than $1 ID. Not going to complain about them being optional. Like, probably going to complain about them as string. As string are that. Okay, and then the test should pass. And they do. Fantastic. Okay, what time is it? I am just going to very quickly rush to fill up my glass with water, because I haven't had a drink in about 90 minutes. And then we will play around in the overlay. I want to start working, seeing if we need to convert me to a rigid body. Or we can get away without it. So, yep, I will be back in probably a minute. Okay, so let me just add the list to data. Oh, I'm not going to commit Coppice just yet because Coppice doesn't compile. So let's close that. Let's close that. And Unity Hub. And as usual, the caveats apply. If the stream goes down, it's because Unity brought it down. Or rather, Unity brought my computer down. Right, so what I want to try is I want to hide the roof, and with the bug we have a box collider for the bug. I am going to do, that's a shader, box collider. What I'm going to do is add sphere collider and disable the box collider. What I am also going to do, debug, we've got clear bugs, firebug. Modifiers, and we're going to command Alt B. Those. And we'll just open up our C# project. I will say, as buggy as Xcode can be, Visual Studio on the Mac is even buggier. As you can see, so the solution is there. It just doesn't render correctly. Nope. So yeah. What am I looking for? I want my bug thrower. Input. RHB throw bug on throw bug, and then we're just going and on throw bug start throw, and then I can change that to throw bug, save. This should now work. So then I should be able to do, what would it be? Command Alt B. So if I build and run, okay, so that is rolling. Oh yeah. Let's just lock rows. So yep, I can move in here, but not in there. So let's buy a bunch of bugs. Now what happened? Yes, I am not interacting with those. I'm going over them. Yeah, and then these are going all into the corner. So, I definitely need to be a rigid body, but the rigid body here happen to okay, so if I do select that and just angle drag to 1, okay, so they are moving and they'll stop for a bit. So, oh, that's convenient. So if you do it on a prefab, it doesn't actually reset it. So first off, I'm going to remove that box collider. Next up, let us now I need to redo quite a bit of stuff on Pokebot because he's sort of facing the wrong way. He is positioned all wrong. So what I am going to do is I'm going to open Pokebot in Blender. And I don't want to be shading, I want to be so if I was to put that. Okay. So the base point is there on 0, 0. Okay, that should all be okay. So let me just make sure. If I go to overlay. Right. Debug. Right, so this is what we are going to do. Pokebot. I am going to take a screenshot of this, but unfortunately, Pokebot, you've been voted off the island. Pokebot is no more. Right. Let's re-add Pokebot. So we have a fresh Pokebot. And we can add our facial expressions. And if I just go over here, where's the desktop gone? And I open this up. 0.005 and 64. Okay. So, if I build and run this, so I cannot move that around. Why not? I have an armature there, and it should be picking off. Oh, that's visuals to go pre. If I facial expression, so find left eye, right eye, mouth is my cloud is from microscope. Oh yeah, it's all in the Pokebot look controller. Which I believe is on the armature. No, it's on the Pokebot. Wait, it's not on. It is on the armature. So that is going to be up controller. Oh, there we go. But I can't remember what the values meant to be. But if we do that. Oh yeah, because I need to add it when the game is not on. So I'll do that. Okay. So at least we have looking. Working. So, on the Pilkybot, for facial expression. Do I... Right, left out. So, material. There we go. Glasses material goes on glasses. The mouth material goes on the mouth. The right eye material goes on the right eye. Okay. So I need to space. Nope. Space. Yeah, it was not using the correct thing. In fact, if I go into stream overlay, if I save that, that should right out, and I should be able to see in here. I should be able to work out what has been deleted. Game object, and then collider. But it's still there. Right, what I am going to do, discard local changes and reload, and basically undo that. We have our ship interior there. I'm going to add the roof, and what we want to do here is I've dragged that on, but what I want to do is probably change this on the Pilkybot itself. Actually, no. Let's just go through and make sure that we're capturing all these, and then we'll reset it all. Armature. Nothing on there. Nothing on there. Nothing on there. Right, we could just add a second Pokebot, couldn't we? And then copy stuff over that way. So let's do it like that. We're going to take Pokebot and drag Pokebot there. In fact, undo that. I'm going to call this Pokebot Hole. And drag Pokebot over. Okay. So, Pokebot. I want to add facial expression. That is 0.5. We also want to add animation and movement controller. And we've got to put old, a move speed. That one's for the main camera, so it knows it's log, the move speed is 2. So that is all good. The armature needs look. And the rotation speed needs to be 540. Those are the same. There doesn't seem to be much on there. So we're going to go to the body. It's fine. The glasses. So the glasses is using the glasses material. So we'll go up to there, and glasses is using the glasses material. Gradient plane is using the screen gradient. So if we go to the gradient plane, that's using the screen gradient. Left eye, so that needs to use the left eye material. Lower neck, dark grey plastic. Monitor, light grey plastic. Mouth, we're using the mouth material. Nothing on the neck and the neck base. The plane. Oh yeah, that's the thing at the front. We want the right eye material on the right eye. Scanline plane. So we need to add scanline animate to that, and it's 0.01. Okay. Screen is screen base 1. Screen base. So we want base 1 there. Open that. Good. Wheel. Good. Okay. So what that means is I should be able to now. Let's just do. No. Ooh, delete. Right, so the next thing that we want to do, what we do not have on the Pokebot here, is we do not have anything to control. So what we're going to do is add a rigid body. And we are also going to add a capsule collider. So for our capsule collider, that is a 0. We want to move up the Y. for the radius there. Height is 1 and a Y down. So it is not going to be perfect, but it should be good enough for now. What we can potentially do is add, basically make it a box collider at the capsule collider at the bottom and the box collider on the screen eventually. But for now it should be okay. Right, so if we let's just move this along. If we were to build and run this, then nothing much happens. But if I was to, for example, move up and then build and run this, oh no, it does fall down eventually. Yeah. So gravity does, oh, I know why. Because maybe we go over to here. We want our move animation and move controller. If character control, right? So we do not have the character controller. We want to get rid of handle gravity and handle gravity. I mean, we are going to want to put that back in, but in fact, so let's leave that in actually. Comment it out and save. Then probably work a bit better. Okay. But what it also means is if I was to rotate like so, the Pokebot falls over. So, if I set the rotation back to 0 and the Y back to 0, actually up a bit because so what we want to do is change this to be is kinematic, and what that will do is basically stop so family, because if I turn is kinematic off and I start again, let's throw some bugs. Why is it not? Not throwing bugs. Why is it not throwing bugs? Oh yes, because it's not that. Throw object. It's not got a target at the moment. Okay, but so let's go to there and then so that's what happens when you are affected, when you are fully dynamic. So what I can do is if I make myself kinematic and play, I don't move. Oh yeah, and let's just stop that. I need to draw object. Okay, but and they throw at me and nothing happens. Actually, it shouldn't be a Pokebot, it should be Scream. That, then they should throw at my face. Okay, so I can rotate, can look around, and they're not really... I may try with a box cloud there, but what I want to do is animation and movement controller. So we do want to handle gravity, but we're going to have to handle that slightly different. Actually, handling gravity shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so some things that we want to do with the rigid body, we want to freeze the rotation, which I believe I can still rotate, but the physics engine, yeah, so I can still rotate, but the physics engine will not do anything. So what we need to do, we're going to get the input. Rotation, that is fine. So here we've got the character control. So when we've not got a character control, so we can get rid of that now. And what we can do instead is rigid body. Okay. Just do this dot. No. Oh, great. Body. Body. Let's get component rigid body. Then we can do this dot rigid body dot add force. So one impulse. But do see what happens if I do that. It probably won't do the correct thing, but can but try. Name character control does not exist in context. Fine. Okay. Save that. Build and run. Yes, I can rotate, but I'm not being. Hey. Move character rigid body. Okay, so rigid body dot velocity equals this dot current movement. I'll try that. Setting linear velocity. True. Move character with move character with kinematic. I'll move kinematic rigid body. Going towards that probably is not going to work, but let's see what happens, because yeah. So what we want is this dot this dot rigid body dot position plus this dot current movement. A real tape, but it's not. Right, so it doesn't seem change. Not log. So the current movement. Log.org. I'm not even looking around now. Oh. Why is it not moving to that? Let's yeah, handle gravity's turned off. Okay. If it state not moving. Right. Rigid body, move position, move towards a position. So you get the rigid body. And compounds with the interpolation settings. When rigid body interpolation is enabled, rigid body moves to transition frames. Unity, rigid body, each fixed update call. Okay, so maybe so it needs to be in fixed update. Void fixed. Nope, it's still not moving. Is it because I'm doing rigid bodied? Do the stop transform that position? Still not good. Yeah, actually getting the Z. So we want that plus the input times delta time. These kinematic forces, collision of joints will not affect the rigid bodies on build the animation script. Oh, that's doing something. Let's switch us back to rigid body, that position. Okay, so I'm vibrating. Let this form a position plus this dot current movement times time dot delta time. Play. Okay, so I have some work to do. For starters, I need to flip the Pokebot around. But what happens if I start throwing? Well, they'll start. Okay. I think I probably need some more mass. Let's see. Okay. Not because that is being fixed up. Back into update. First, let's disable the logs in case they always slow down. Set a play. We're going to turn that off. Okay. Let's shift that back up here. Okay, so it has to be in fixed. Oh well, I will figure that out another time because I need to go and get some food. Get caught up on some stuff. So, I think what we'll do is we'll call that for today. And when I get back on tomorrow, we'll do some more Coppice stuff, and then hopefully, depending on how much time I have in the morning, I will try and figure out what is going wrong here. Hopefully I get some sleep so I'm not yawning quite as much. But anyway, I would like to thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And until we meet again tomorrow, as always, happy coding.